What is going on? Fine morning it is. What a great collection of fine people on this ride. A! Triple A! The A-inator. Oh, go. Okay. A, and... One second. I got one last thing I gotta post, and then we will officially start. Fade and A together. The dynamic duo. The terrible trio. Because you need three people to be a trio, and it's bad. That means you two together would be a bad one. No, I've heard about this before. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's probably not even that good of a baby. Can't get a good baby for less than 300. I mean, Fig, if you have a link to this baby, link it now so we can confirm this. You see this? Okay. I don't know if you guys have noticed this yet. See this? See this thing up here? See this thing up here? See this whole thing I just on my hand? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? That's a Gardevoir from Pokemon. I drew that on my hand because I wanted to do a bit online. And now it's just going to be on my hand for the next few days for a bit, and I'm going to have to explain it to people. I'm going to have to leave the house with this on me. Yeah. Anyways, I made a video today. I made like a sketch video today, so. I say sketch, it was just me sitting in front of the camera reading a thing I wrote, but it is probably the greatest sketch on YouTube. It is chill. Of course I want to see. That sounds like a perfectly good thing to do with your life. Is Kendrick Lamar your favorite? He's a good favorite to have. Oh, that's sick. That is sick as hell. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. Look at that. Look at that. A made that. That is sick as hell. He's pretty great. I like Kendrick a lot. I like Kendrick a lot. Although I think my favorite. Who is my favorite? I like MF Doom a lot. Lupe Fiasco. Del the Funky Homo Sapien. If you guys have, I recommended you guys. You guys should check out Deltron 3030. It's one of my favorite albums. If you haven't, if I haven't recommended that to you yet, you should. It's about a robot in the future that it's about a future where people have to rap, where rap battles are real battles. Yes, they're humans. Well, Fade, I don't have opinions on that. I am nearly 33 years old. Yeah. Some funky one. Some funky. Yes. So what's the day? What are the days been looking like for people? So it was my mom's birthday yesterday. We went out to the dock. Yeah. I had crab. She had salmon. That's where I saw. That's where I saw. I posted about the particular restaurant I saw in the Discord. If you're curious, the very bizarre restaurant I encountered. It was a Trump-themed burger place. Which was very bizarre to see. So, what have you guys... What's today looking like for you two? And March... What did you guys do today? Unfortunately, when I do this streams every day sort of thing, part of the problem is at some point I just kind of run out of stuff to talk to, because it's like, I haven't done significantly a lot today that you haven't heard about yesterday. Really? Ah. Yeah. There's 3 apparently in Houston, which has just been great. Don't you love... I just... My mom absolutely hates Donald Trump, which, and she posted about it, kind of making fun of it. But the relatives, a lot of the relatives didn't pick up on the fact of how weird she was kind of making fun of it. So, and they thought she was being sincere. Ah. The worst part is the burgers honestly looked okay. Like like the burger smelled honestly not that bad. I was mad because I was like, I could have gone for a burger, but I don't want to go. I'm not going to support Trump burger. That's a charming behavior. That's a charming behavior. Did you see that? It's been very funny to me. Him and Elon have broken up, apparently. Oh, okay, okay. I would be very annoyed by that, but you clearly have much more patience than I do. Yeah, apparently they're all mad. You have much more patience than I would in that situation. So I praise you for keeping calm in that like that, because I would be very annoyed. But yes, oh, it's so sad. I just feel like Donald needs a strong male role model in his life, and he was getting that from Elon. But guys, Elon is the real life Tony Stark. We can all agree on that, right? I feel like from Severance, if you haven't watched that show yet, I highly recommend it. I saw, yes, very strange. Nope, not gonna do it. There's an old YouTube, there's an old thing people used to do. There's a very ancient meme that I could do right now, but I'm not going to. Robin Reckin. No wait, Riken. Robin Riken. We just have to pray that Elon and Donnie can make up. Rakin. Oh, Robin Rakin. Okay, got it. I always read it as Robin Reckin. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Robin. Robin. Have you seen Murderbot yet? I'm gonna make everybody I know see Murderbot. No, Murderbot. I haven't seen Murder Drones. I'm told that's good, but Murderbot. See, Murderbot. We can just play the trailer. You're 18. Hey, you can see it. Come on, do what I say. Wait. Watch the trailer for Murderbot. Before you go on a walk.
Unit or sec unit. I am a security unit, or SEC unit. I was built to protect and obey humans, and humans are idiots. But now that I've hacked my programming, I can do whatever I want, as long as they don't find out.
Now, let's talk security. We need you to select the SEC unit to take on the mission. This is the newest model available.
What's the one behind that?
That's a refurbished model.
Oh, look at that piece of crap. Oh, wait, that's me.
Which one's the least expensive? That one. But you get what you pay for.
True.
You could be so creepy if it didn't stand so still. You can hear us. We can't.
I could. I just didn't care. I was watching the entertainment channels on the company's satellites. I watched 7,532 hours of content. Shows like The Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon.
Did you sleep with that bot? Stars, Captain.
Oh, what now? Run! Stay calm. It'll be okay.
I didn't know that face. Yeah, it's kind of a sweet face.
Stop staring at me.
I wasn't. Stop staring at me.
I have been noticing some anomalies with the sec unit.
Uh-oh.
And when I plugged into its system, the unit was already rogue.
It calls itself Murderbot.
I was private. It's a killing machine.
Murderbot?
Can you stop calling it Murderbot? It's terrifying.
No, I mean, that's what it calls itself, so I'm just being respectful.
Do you think we can trust you?
It seems like it's going through something. Make contact. What the hell? You're gonna kill me!
There was a chance, yes.
But everything turned out fine.
That's Murderbot. That is Murderbot. That's the show Murderbot. It's the show I have been trying to get everybody I know to watch because I want to talk about Murderbot. It's the show as it's in. That is Alexander Skarsgård. He's also the face for Murderbot. He's actually Swedish, but I guess when Swedes like do American accents, it kind of comes off like Canadian. He, if you are, if you had Triple, did you see? Well, you would have seen this, probably. Did you see It, the It movie? So you know Pennywise? That's Bill Skarsgård. This is his older brother, Alex Skarsgård. It's a whole acting dynasty. The Skarsgårds. Anyways, it's a good show. Okay. Faye, knowing you, I feel like I'm getting a vision into. Oh, you have a very cute cat. That's a very cute cat. He does like popsicles. What's this cat? What's this cat's name? Or does he not have a name? Is he just Popsicle the cat? Which is actually quite a cute name for a cat now that I'm thinking of it. Popsicle. If I had a cat, I'd name it Popsicle. Oh, Tiger. Good, it's not Popsicle. I'd name, because that's what I'm going to name my cat that I can't have. I'm allergic to cats. I'm allergic to cats, and that's why I am sad. So, hey, are you playing any D&D games lately? I know how much you like D&D. Yes. Unfortunately, I'm quite allergic to cats. Like, my throat closes when I'm near them, so... If I was, like, maybe mildly allergic, I might risk it, but I am, in fact, very allergic. No, I was talking to... You are the best person. I was talking to A. A is a big D&D fan. Yeah. You are the best person. Hey, Jay. We've got the power trio right here. I mean, you should play D&D, Fade. I heartily encourage you to. I think... doesn't your sister play it? Ooh. If you were to play D&D, Fade, what type of character would you play? Yeah, I always just kind of ignored the rules. I approached it like I approach a video game. I just say, okay, what attack can I do? Okay, I'll just do that attack. I'll just keep doing that attack. Cool. Oh, of course you would pick the bird people. Of course you would pick bird people. Fade should play a bird bard who has like a trumpet or something. Bird bard. That's fun to say. Bird bard. A bird bard. I know, but I don't. I know you don't play the trumpet. I know you play the French horn, but I don't know if they have French horns in D&D. So I'm trying to think of the closest equivalent that they might have. I'm sure 8. What wind instruments do they have? Are you saying we're going to have to homebrew this thing? Okay. No, it's banned. Okay, error. I'm going to be honest. When people make... One of my pet peeves is people... I'm just looking up stuff. Okay. What's your favorite bird again, Fade? Fade, what's your favorite bird? I know it's like the little black, it's like a budgie like type. So how's it? But you always mention one specifically. I'm doing a thing. I've decided on a thing to do today. Yes! Yes, that's the one you always mention, the black chip. Black. Oh yeah, they're sick. This is a sick bird. That's a sick bird. Okay. Okay. So Accordia. Did you hear it? Ooh, is there a story behind this? So the Accordia seemingly are. Okay. Did you hear gunshots? I live for. I don't really like. I'm going to be honest, guys. Not to be out of tone here, I don't really like gunshots in the morning. Okay. Okay, A and Jaden, I have a question for you. If you could, what type of D&D characters would you be? No, be real. Be real. What, if you can pick, what would it be? Skeleton? Half-orc warlock? I'm always so disappointed that they don't do full orcs. Orclock. Oh my god, Faye. Faye. That is the cleverest orc-based pun I've ever heard. Why has nobody thought of that before? Or an orc vampire should 100% be named Orclock. So clever. No, I'm trademarking it. I'm going to call the trademark office right now. Darn it! Jaden always beats us to everything. No. Okay, yes, there is a horn. So, hey, as a D&D player, what's your kind of opinions about the moves D&D has currently been making? The sort of the have you been keeping up with this at all? No, I looked it up. There are horns, but it's like, there's a lot of controversy. They want to introduce like AI now and stuff to like D&D, and like they've been caught potentially using AI art. Yeah. Have you ever played Pathfinder? I'm told that's the one a lot of people are going to is Pathfinder. I've never played Pathfinder before. I've been reading about it. It's just I don't know. I don't know about this Pathfinder stuff. It's yeah, exactly. Well, D&D especially can afford that stuff. I've been curious to try it, but a lot of people say that it's all the non-garbagey parts of D&D. Yeah. Isn't it great the future we live in? I'm so happy with it. Still doing that. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna draw D&D. I'm drawing D&D characters for everybody. That's what I'm doing. Anybody who wants one today, I have the instinct. I'm gonna try and draw some D. I want to try and draw some D&D characters for people in chat if you guys want one. And I encourage this to be like we should all draw. I'm doing fades first, but I'll try and get as many done as I can today. Why? I don't know. I just felt like it. I felt like that would be a fun thing to do. No, wait. Yeah, D&D is weird because it's like, I might not be. I don't really follow like the D&D lore all that much. Do you follow it, Triple? Do you follow D&D lore extensively? Yeah. Okay, so it's doing this. So the back should be. That's probably the better way to do it. I really want to play. I don't know if you guys can tell. I really want to play a D&D game with some people. No. I'd like to play D&D again at some point. Not now, but I had the idea to when I finished my book, the way I would promote it is I would do an in-universe set D&D campaign, and I would let people. And whatever happened in universe in that campaign, I would make an official part of the book. Like I would make an official part of the lore that I would keep track of. And that was a great idea until Brandon Lee Mulligan from Dimension 20 pretty much did. Yeah, I still want to do that, but the idea I had. Unfortunately, Brandon Lee Mulligan, Dimension 20, did my exact idea, and I was so mad. I was so mad. It was like the exact idea I had. So I have to come up with like a different one. But yes, I want to do that. But I think it's more important that I finish writing the book first than focusing on the sundries. I mean, obviously, it's not his fault. It's just we had very similar. It's one of those examples of parallel thinking. We just had very similar ideas. But yes, curse you, Brandon Lee Mulligan! Curse you to high heavens! You're like me, but popular and beloved instead of unknown. Do you watch Dimension 20? I've seen some of it. I don't have the patience really to pay for another streaming service, but it seems fine. I have some friends who I know who are very into it, so. No, so what happened is. I guess Dimension 20 is doing a crossover with WWE, where they're having a wrestling-themed D&D show, which is a fine idea, but it meant that what it meant though was the obvious idea that I was going to do they also did. My idea was going to be it was going to be a D&D game set in an ancient Greece-like world, and that's what I was working on, was an ancient Greece-like D&D world. And then they did that, and I was like, dang it, they the idea was maybe obvious, but that's what I was gonna do, and they kind of got there before me. So now I have to think of something new. I like Very Important People. That's the one I watch. I've never seen a full episode. I just see the clips that they release on YouTube. It's like Comedy Bang Bang, but run by millennials, which is very funny. Instead of Gen Xers. That's not a dig, by the way. That's a compliment. That's a compliment towards comedy. That's a compliment because I really love Comedy Bang Bang. Comedy Bang Bang, Comedy Bang Bang. One thing I know, it feels a little pretentious to give like thoughts on art and stuff when I'm still mostly an amateur. But one thing I like when drawing like more anthropomorphic characters, I guess, like more, yeah. You know what I would say? You know what's interesting, if you really think about it, the generation idols are never the same generation. Like millennials, like all their generational idols are Gen X, whereas like Gen Z, most of their generational idols are millennial. So it's actually, it's one of those things I think about. If you notice, like, it's always a generation behind. So the people who are going to be really into like Gen Z stuff are going to be Gen A kids. So what was the thing? Oh yeah, when I find I like when anthropomorphic like animal characters look more like bigger versions of the animals, rather than like humans with animal heads on them. I always find that a lot more charming than like. I always find that a lot more charming of a character design idea. Yeah, he's gonna be into Gen Z stuff. His favorite comedians are all gonna be Gen Z people. I just find that a lot more charming of a look. I don't know. Just a personal preference, obviously. I hate when I have to say that. It's just like, that's just a personal. But I prefer that because I was gonna make this look like a bird person with like human characteristics, like just a head, because they have all the bird people all look like just like humans, but with like bird heads and wings. And I was gonna do that, and then I was like, why don't I just make it look like a big bird who walks? And I was like, I find this much more fun to draw. I'm finding this much more charming to draw. I don't know, not that I've never thought of myself as like the great artist of the century, but I'm enjoying drawing this more than my initial idea, which was just a boring human looking thing. So this is I don't know if Fade is still here, but this is how I imagine Fade's D&D character would look. Okay, who wants to go next? I could ink it, but I always feel I ruin it when I ink stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this is how I imagine your D&D character would be. Okay, who wants to go next? I am in the mood to draw characters. Do you want me to ink it? I can ink it. Share it. If you want, I can draw that for you. Cat people are like people, but with cats. Be aggressive. Be. Let's see. Oh, that looks darling. Oh, that looks great. You're so. It's funny. I was just thinking this. It's funny that because I had that exact instinct too when I was like figuring out how like Luna looked in my book. That it's like orcs should just have should have side parts. You know, like they should have the hair on one end needs to be longer than the hair on the other end. I don't know why we all, but that seems to be a universal decision with orcs. Is that they all they always have that. Do you want me to draw her? Probably the drawing you submitted will be better than the one I do, but I can still draw her. I'm drawing D&D characters today, so if you want one, so feel free to submit a D&D character, and I'm going to draw them. Tell me a little bit about her. Are you still playing with her? I had this idea. One idea I had for a D&D campaign was okay. So, you guys want to hear an idea I had for a D&D campaign that I was very excited about, and I still think I want to do at some point. Sorry, I'm kind of in a fantasy mood at the moment. So I had this idea for a D&D campaign one time, and the basic premise is it would be about a party. It would be about a D&D party that gets sapped, like sapped to the like. It starts as a normal campaign, but halfway through, like at the end of like the second or third game, I was gonna snap them to like our current present day. And it would about them eventually having like to like they would become like pseudo superheroes as more magical threats like started to seep through into the real world, into our world. Of course. Oh, I like that. Honestly, I ended up really liking this design. I'm, it's very simple, but I ended up really liking this design I came up with. When did you? So this was your first character. When did you first create her? Very cool. I never played D&D until the pandemic happened, and then I played it a bunch. So my first character I created for D&D was his name was Alexi, and the premise with him is he's an orc, but he actually comes from a rich noble orc family, So he's actually never really done any of the traditional orc stuff, and he went to college. He's like an educated college guy, and he does all like he does like he fights. He does all the traditional like elf stuff, but he went to an elf college, but he's from a rich orc family, and this is the first time he's ever left like the city to do something more orc like, more traditionally orc like than as this is the first time he's ever gone on an adventure like this. I really like that character. I keep wanting to bring him back in something because I had fun doing that. Yeah. So so he doesn't so he doesn't really like get any of the or he doesn't really get like it's like he's never actually like he's an intellectual who's lived most of his life like at call he's lived like most of his life in the city, and he's like, I'm actually like a diplomat. And then I can't leave well enough alone, so I always end up creating more stuff than I should. So he like had a whole family thing going. And the joke is, one of the jokes I came up with is he's married to an elf, but she's lived but she's been like a mercenary who's been on the road. Yeah, exactly. I'm not like them. I don't do those sorts of things. And like he can speak fluent, like he could speak the elf language fluently and stuff like that. Okay. Do. I'm actually doing the full thing. I'm often too I'm often too lazy to do the actual inking. Okay. So Faye, I don't know if you're here, but this is the little bird creature. This is the little bird creature I designed. Okay. I ended up really liking this design. So. Okay. Next we're gonna do. Yeah. Oh, hey, that is. I like the shadow creature thing. Okay. Next we're gonna do A's orc, which will be something totally new for me. Drawing an orc. I've never done that before. I actually don't draw them as much as you would think I do. Since I don't want to draw a bird person again, we're gonna do an orc. So tell me a little bit about their personality. That's a fun twist. Why did that not pop up? Anyways, sometimes just randomly messages won't pop up in the chat, but I'll see them in the thing, and I can never figure out what that is. Actually, that kind of screws me over sometimes, but. Is it like a good parent? That's good. Ah. to the left of me. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. I don't know if Jaden's still here, but there's superhero RPG, tabletop RPGs. For some reason, they're never as successful. If you could, okay. Question for the group. I'm in a fun mood tonight. If you could, what sort of thing doesn't have an RPG, like a tabletop RPG yet? Would you like there to be one? What, like franchise or genre, just anything? Like show, genre, sport, I guess. What should I once had maybe a night on here, maybe fueled by a little bit of spirits, where we tried to design a Frasier RPG for the television show Frasier. We wanted to make an RPG for the television show Frasier. We did not get super far, but I was very excited about that idea. Ooh, that would be awesome. I've been thinking about that. Like, there should be like a prehistoric. I've thought about that a lot. How cool prehistoric fantasy would be, the series would be. Like set in caveman times and stuff. No, I'm about that. I had a very strange conversation today about some misinterpretation of, I would argue, some things related to that, but I won't get into it. Yes. That would be fun. Hey, I think you're the only one still here. Yeah, you are. Well, you're the real one. No. Or are you? Quick A, Turing test. I hate A, by the way. The, you're talking about this is like very early artwork for you, and it's like, oh, it's not that. It's not that far removed from my artwork as of today. You are. I'm very impressed by it. Anyways, I still have like my very early artwork that I did. It is very surreal to see. I have to admit. Okay, I know I talk down on myself too much, and that's not a habit people like. It's not a habit I like. Yes, please, please. Even that's good for an 8-year-old. I actually really like that. I really like that. You're thinking in shapes. You're thinking in shape. You're thinking in shapes. You've got honestly, if you did that now and you told me that was like super stylized tree, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. I'm unflailingly complimentary. That is my thing. But no, that's good. Oh, that's. What were you supposed to do exactly? Because that looks fine to me. I'm gonna be honest. I actually think that's kind of a really clever way to like draw trees. I think that's a really kind of like kind of a unique way to draw a tree. Clever and unique way to draw trees. And you know what? I'm gonna make my life easier, and I'm gonna just have her hair cover over one of her eyes because I don't want to draw a second eye. I don't want to spend time drawing the second eye. There we go. Oh, look. But you got your teachers. Okay, tell me a little bit about what should she be wearing? Go, journey out into the wondrous wilderness. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, really? Is he okay? Okay. Yeah. So what do you so what do you think so far? Yeah. Okay. Now we just need to give her some shirt. Yeah. I'm having fun. Hey, I'm having a lot of fun. Yes, that's. I was curious what it was. I gave her I gave her armor on one side, one-shouldered armor. I don't know why. I just thought I thought it would look nice. I'm also surprised more people don't go with spears as their main weapon. Because when you really look into like medieval history and stuff, you'll find that like, man, spears like dominated stuff. It makes more sense when you think about it, because it's like in reality, it's like because in reality, like swords were actually kind of useless. Not useless, but they weren't as useful as like what you always really wanted was to be. Medieval battle was always better if you could be fighting is always better to be. It's always better to be further away from to enact violence farther away. You really don't want to be up close, so it's like better to have to have like a spear or something, and then a sword, because you can be further away from people. One thing I found really interesting, I was reading about, not read, I hate when that's always such a lie. When I say reading, I mean, I watched a YouTube video about it. I watched a YouTube video about how spears affected, like, combat, really. And, like, how the Swiss, like, they attempted to, like, bring the Swiss under firm control of the Holy Roman Empire. At some point, it was like the Duke of Bohemia, I think, tried to do it. And one of the ways that they that the Swiss managed to outplay the Bohemians was they used phalanxes, not phalanxes. Yeah, well, yeah, kind of. It was like a modern invert. They would stick spears out of the ground. So when the cavalry attempted to attack, they could either the horses would run away in fear, or they would be engorged on the spears. And medieval historians say, in many ways, that was like those tactics were like the end of traditional like knights in medieval Europe now, because like the cavalry was suddenly rendered quite useless, because you couldn't be a cavalryman anymore, because it was pointless because they outplayed it. Anyways, I do watch an inordinate amount of videos about medieval warfare. Yes, you could tell that from looking at me. Howdy, Gabriel. Howdy, howdy, and good evening, and good evening tide. Good to see you. I'm drawing people's D&D characters. We're drawing A's here. A hat A to my eternal delight had an orc, so I drew A's orc character. If I feel I'm in the mood to draw some fantasy inspired D&D characters. So if you want to create one, if you want one, I'll draw one for you. I drew this one, who is a bird bard. And I actually inked this one. And then we drew her, then we drew A's. Leeli! Oh my god! It's been so long, good to see you! Yes. Hello, Leeli! Good to see you. It's been a minute. Okay, sure. I'm drawing people's D&D characters. I just got this idea in my head to do it, and I'm doing it. Yeah, I've been streaming almost every day for the past few weeks. Nice. Sweet. Of course, I love your art. Guys, watch out for Leili's art. It's going to be impressive. Okay. We're going. Yes, send it to me. Or just describe it to me. But you can also send it to me. Yeah. It is. It always is. And to have such a charming person such as Leili here is especially nice. No. The sharpener went dull. You can just sure if you want to just message it me, but yeah, send it TT. Yeah. Do that. That's probably the appropriate place to put them. So what's it been like, Leili? I may take a break in a minute. I may take a break just in a little. I kind of need a break. I want to stretch my legs for a minute, but. Oh, dang. Guys. One second. Yeah, right. Like look at Leylai's stuff. Look, right. Look how beautiful Leylai's stuff is. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. I'll. I don't see a character sheet, but. Oh yeah. It's funny. Sorry. There it is. Ha ha ha. Okay. Yeah. Guys, tell Leylai that people would commission her. Anyways. It's good to see you. Aha, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, it's a changeling. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Oh, yes, okay, that's what they look like. Okay, I can draw that. Yeah, I can draw that. Yes, I can draw changelings. Yes, I can do that. 1 second. Poop. Okay, I can do this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, I can do this. Yes. Okay. One day I'm gonna get a D&D game going with some people. So, Gabriel, what's his name now? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be very helpful. Yes. So Layla, what have you been up to? Tell me, what have you been up to? What have you been doing? What have you been watching? What have you been reading? What have you been uh, Brendan Kid? I very much want to organize one. I don't know. I'm just lazy and I haven't yet. How do you like it? Layla, have you ever played D&D? Yeah. I haven't too. Did you guys ever watch Gilmore Girls? Uh, did you guys ever watch Gilmore Girls? Because you know it's the same creator, right, as Gilmore Girls? Ah, okay, okay. I see how you want it. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be pretty. Lele, I'm going to throw this out there. I think both of you would really like Gilmore Girls. I think that would be a show that both of you probably would very much enjoy. Anyways, get Golden Girls. Ugh, give me a hard one. Give me one about Murderbot. I'm so trying to pressure all my friends into watching Murderbot. So, have you guys seen Murderbot? Anyways. I like how... I'm forcing it through! Okay, Murderbot is about a security droid in the like a security droid in the far future, who essentially achieves sentience. But he can't really do much with it because if they find out that he's gone rogue and broken through his like programming, they'll kill him. So he has to like bide his time until he can figure out how to get free himself. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's yeah, a little bit. Yeah, yeah, a little bit, but it's told from his perspective. But it has this whole comedic side to it, in that mostly what he's doing with his newfound sentience is just watching TV. His newfound freedom is just watching TV. Watching TV and getting very irritated that he actually has to deal with. I say they have to deal with like stupid humans. stupid humans and their stupid stupid humanness. Yeah, it's a really fun show. I really like it. I really like it. It's the new show I'm into, and people should give it a chance. Yeah, it's a very relatable show. That would be the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. It's also uh, it's also a pretty clear metaphor for I believe people on the spectrum. I know the author who wrote the book that the author of the books is, and it's a very clear it's a very clear metaphor for that. But it's an absolutely great show, and I like it a lot. It's my new favorite show this year. Usually, I get into one show every year, and this is yeah, exactly. I think you'd like it. It's really fun. It's really fun. And it stars Alexander Skarsgård, if you guys have seen True Blood, or aka the brother of Pennywise, Bill Skarsgård. Yeah, let me start that over again. I'm not too thrilled with how this is doing it. So, Lele, are you out of school now? Oh, boo! But this is your last week, and then you're free. Yay! I forgot how annoying college is with all this stuff. I've been thinking about maybe. Yeah. Okay, controversial opinion, and you will all hate me when I say this. But I must speak the truth. I like Teen Titans Go. I think it's a funny show. See how complimentary everybody is towards your art, Lele? Actually, that looks pretty good, Fade. Yeah. I was never... See, I'm just a little bit too old to be super into Teen Titans as a show, because, like, my show as a kid was, like, Batman the Animated Series. That was the show. The Batman Animated Series stuff, that was the show I was really into. But, so, like, Teen Titans, I always feel is just a little bit after my time. Yeah, it's a good show. Although, you know what I hate? You know what show I hate? I hate that stupid. Oh, this. I don't know if this is controversial, but I hate the live action Titan show that they did. Ugh, that sucked. What a terrible show. What a way to make all those characters. What somehow that show made every single one of those characters super unlikable. It was shocking, shocking how much you ended up hating all the characters in that show. I tried to watch a little bit of it. I was not impressed. They're all like, yeah, they're all like, anyways, yeah, yeah. Like, here's the thing, teenagers. I'm gonna throw it out to people because I know there's teenagers on the audience here. I know teenagers like moodiness, and I was a teenager. I remember when I was a teenager, and I liked being moody. Yeah, but oh my god, like, do they? I don't know. It's so. I find anyway. I find I'm gonna be honest. I'm happy that new producers are in charge of DC shows because I got sick of the Bartel stuff. Oh boy, did I get sick of Bartel and his stuff pretty quickly. Yeah, yeah. They don't. Well, it's edgy now, Levi. It's edgy. It's edgy, and dark, and they say f words. Did you not hear them? They say f words all the time. You know that's adult. Oh my god. So I have to say, I have never. What do you think? Here's the thing with I'm Not Starfire. It didn't look like my thing. And I watched one review of it, and it's like the girl who was doing the review seemed pretty decent. She seemed to give it pretty fair. But oh my god, you watch one review of that. You watch one review of that, and it's like, and then for like a month, I got nothing but reviews of I'm Not Starfire over and over again. It was frustrating. It was very frustrating from, frankly, guys who look kind of like me. And whenever I see guys who look like me talking about stuff, I'm suspicious like that. But I was very, I don't know. Like, the thing is, like, DC, I think, is doing a very smart thing in that they are attempting to create middle grade books for people, for kids, to get into their characters. Uh, they did the best thing they've done with this attempt is they did Cassandra Cain. Cassandra Cain got her own comic that was geared towards younger readers. And I will never listen to me. I will never complain about Cassandra Cain getting the spotlight in a story. So. But I don't know. I agree with the criticism in that it felt like basically I'm going to be honest. It felt like so. Okay, so this has been a problem with TV shows, and this felt like what this was. I feel like the person who wrote it, had an idea for a book or a comic of her own, and when DC offered this idea, what they did was just basically rewrite that lightly so that it fit in with the DC stuff. Anyways, I don't know. Am I being too much of a snob? What did you think? I don't know. I don't like. I don't know. I got. It doesn't look like something I'd enjoy because I'm a cool. I'm a cool dude who likes explosions, and but I gotta be honest. I was really uncomfortable with the type of criticism it was getting. Like I was very uncomfortable with the type of criticism it was getting was making me like, okay, maybe because the type of because oh my god, I saw so many like the woke moralists that want this. This is what woke does to comics, and I'm like, ugh, ugh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Does not pass the smell test with all that stuff. I do not pass. Does not pass the smell test. I think. Anyways, we're talking about I Am Not Starfire, and it's a comic I don't think looks that good, but I'm very uncomfortable with the type of people who. I'm very uncomfortable with people getting weird about it. If I can. What was it? Yeah. Yep. I mean, like the thing about it is, I know that artist is good. I've seen her work in other things, but I don't know. It it looked. Do you know like it looked a little bit too much like Facebook? If that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. Okay. You know, like when Facebook like does like will have those weird blue people that they do. Do you know what I mean? Do you know like when like yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Let me find an example of this. It has a specific name. There's a specific art style. That's what threw me off about it. Weird Facebook blue people. See, I can't find it. Aha, aha. Now it doesn't look exactly like this, but it has the same feeling to me. Something like this. Something like that. It felt so clean. It felt too clean like that. It's not that exactly, but it feels like that. I know there's a specific word for it. Like there, I remember. I know there's a specific name for that style, but I don't remember exactly what it is. It get watching that get reading that like looking at that gives me the same feeling. It's like this hyper clean style that I don't know. Do you guys? But if you want like a good example, sorry, I don't know if you guys picked up on this. I'm a bit of a comic book nerd. But if you want like because I think we all I it just kind of sucks that Starfire's daughter was kind of a brat, right? Like that's not what you wanted, right? And also you wanted it like Robin, right? Like I don't know. I don't know. I was really uncomfortable with like the type of criticism I was seeing of it because like I feel like okay, so this is I guess we're good. This is kind of my this is what okay, so okay, just because something say addresses like um like ostensibly progressive issues, progressive issues doesn't necessarily insulate it from criticism. I think that's fair, right? Like, just because something is like, I think that's fair. I think, but the type of criticism but you have to like kind of sort it out from the type of criticism. You know, you have to be actual critique, and then there is like I hate certain groups of people, and if they're depicted in art, that's what I'm mad about. And I felt like the I'm Not Starfire attracted that sort of critique, and that's what made me uncomfortable. But because it's a little bit like, okay, you know, Concord looked dumb, and I'm happy. Concord looked dumb, and I'm kind of happy it died, honestly. But it made me very upset that I couldn't just be like, oh, hilarious! Like, Sony blew a ton of money on a game that nobody wanted. When people were like, ew, why would you have like a plus size person in it? That's gross. Don't do that. And I'm like, oh, come on. Can't we just have fun laughing at a company totally screwing everything up? Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. So, like, yeah, I know there's a specific name for this corporate art style. Yes, Kill the Justice League game. Very funny. I was amused greatly as that totally bombed. I don't think I've ever saw a funnier bombing. I hate... This is going to be controversial. I don't know if this is going to be controversial. Screw it. I'm just going to say, I hate life service games. I hate them so much. I think they're boring. I think they're kind of the worst traits of the video game industry, all coalesced into one. Yeah. So, okay. Have you never heard this term before, eh? It's an evil term, eh? It's a term born out of the deepest, darkest pits of hell. So, life service is an idea by video game people. That's funny. I just saw that fade. That's funny. So welcome back, Leylai! Welcome back. We're talking life services. So life services are a type of game. Okay, so Destiny is a life service. Overwatch is a life service. And what they do is, instead of giving you... famously, like, Avengers, the terrible Avengers game was a life service that kind of killed it. And what they do is, instead of giving you a full game, they give you part of a game, and they promise that there'll be... Sure, do it, Gabriel. A decade's worth of content that you can always come back to this game. And what it is it is a full price game. It is a full price game that has constant service release, grindy gameplay, with the intention of you spending big money at the calf shop. Yes, and they never deliver. They never deliver. That's part of the story, is that they never deliver. Because they always flop. But live service games are notoriously quite grindy, they go on forever. Welcome back, welcome back. Anyway, so that's what a live service is. Boop, boop. And I hate them. And to really play the game, you're expected to drop like $100 on, like a couple $100 on it. Yeah. And lately, much to my love, they've been my heart is growing. I know exactly which one you're referencing. I know exactly which one you're referencing. How dare you? How dare you? Well, I've decided to draw people's D&D characters. So if you have a D&D character that you want me to draw, feel free to. And I'm just going to do as much as I can until my energy runs out. Also, Layla is back. We're drawing Gabriel's right now. How dare you? We banished that name to the... Please do. I'll send you the... you D&D. I'll send you. I'll send you. You can someday, and maybe I might organize a D&D game with some people here. I'd like to do a D&D game with some people here. Here's the website. You can create a character for free on the website. How dare you? How dare you, Gabriel? You know we banished Tim Buckley to the nether to the phantom to the nether reaches of time. You know Tim Buck. You know to speak his name is to speak of the devil. The more we say it, the more he crawls out of the nether pitches of hell and returns. Oh no. Is being super, like... Nice. Do you guys remember... Do you guys know what Control-Alt-Delete is? You may know it from the one cultural moment it had ever in life, which is it's the origin of the comic book of the meme, the Lost meme. Yes. Do you know what the origin of that is? Because I remember that very clearly. The origin of loss. Do you even know what it is? It is. Yeah. So for people who don't know what where loss came from, there was once. Okay, I'll explain. There was once, long time ago. Yeah, there was a man by the name of Tim Buckley, and Tim Buckley was a huge fan of a little comic book called Penny Dreadful. No, Penny Arcade. It was Penny Arcade. I was thinking of the TV show Penny Dreadful. Penny Dreadful, which was about two bros who really liked video games and talked about video games a lot. And Penny Arcade was a big deal in early YouTube culture. So Tim Buckley decided he was going to create his own Penny Arcade about two bros who just really like video games and talk about it a lot. And it was mostly a goofy, goofy comedy about video games and video game players and how cool video games are and how we should all just play video games. And, gamers are really the best type of people on earth. This was an innocent time before the darkness came. Anyways, but then it wasn't good enough for Buckley, and partly the reason it wasn't good enough is because everybody just accused him of being a a ripoff of Penny Arcade. And to be fair, he was, but so it is funny that people were so intent on calling him a ripoff because every webcomic back then was a ripoff of Penny Arcade. Everybody did Penny Arcade. Anyways, it's just Buckley was the most famous one. So it wasn't necessary. I don't think it was really fair. But anyways, I do think the decision he made to counteract that was maybe one of the most bizarre decisions anybody has ever made in comic book history. But Gabriel, thank you so much. Yes, that is Murderbot. That's the Murderbot I like. If more people want to do the murderbotting that way, you are free to. I believe you're the first person to give me cheers in a long time. Anyways, so inexplicably, what Buckley decided to do was turn what had been a very goofy webcomic into a serious drama dealing with the main character's wife having a miscarriage, and that was the storyline that Tim Buckley decided to cover, and it was so out of the way. And what? Okay, we're gonna watch this. What the? No! What? Oh, you! I must see this.
Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near?
Oh my god. What? Thank you so much. Gabriel, thank you so much again. Oh my god, I appreciate it so much. Anyways. That made me laugh so much. Also, Gabriel, thank you again so much for the bits. I appreciate that immensely. You don't know. You have no idea. I'm fine, but I am a little bit down on funds at the moment, so that is actually very appreciated. I should be fine in a couple months, but right now it's a little bit less than I would like it. But sorry. I don't know. I think that's, we can't go any further than that. That's the best thing we'll see for maybe the rest of the time is that. I mean, is there any really point? I think that's the best thing anybody will make ever in Lifetime. I mean, it's just so sad. Elon and Donnie used to be so happy with one another. And Dom Jr. needs a strong role model in his life. Okay, we've got. What's the art? Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout the artists out, by the way. Just so I don't feel bad for playing their content. Uh, like on the thing, like let's shout the artist out. What's the artist's name? You okay? Jack's Films would get very mad at me. That's me in the corner. Okay, good. Eric is tired. Everybody go follow Eric is tired, because that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. In my life. There's nothing funnier in that. Everything's a downgrade from now on. What clothes should I put him in, Gabriel? Everything is officially a downgrade. There's no point in trying. Ugh. Just. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give him a follow. That was funny enough. It deserves a follow. Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh, that is so clever. It's more. You know what it is? I didn't even realize it's a. I didn't even realize. You know what it is? It's also a bit of a parody of the Zootopia comic. Have you guys ever heard of the Zootopia comic? What a bizarre. It is funny how that guy is like. Yes. The most bizarre fan comic in human history. The funniest part is that the guy is talented. It just look. Dude, it would have one. It would look asymmetrical, Gabriel. It would look asymmetrical. Okay. So what should I put? Okay. What clothes should I put him in? I saw the. Apparently, the guy just kind of went. After all the attention, the guy just went sort of bonkers. Well, it's the perfect. It's beautiful. It's the perfect Okay. Okay. Of course you've read it. Did you just look it up, Jaden? It's a cursed object, I know. Yeah. Oh, it's weird, Jaden. It's a weird one. What are Does anybody know anybody else any does anybody else know any like weird I mean, there is the forbidden text that must never there is the forbidden text that must never be repeated to anybody ever. The ancient and terrible forbidden text of cursed internet fan comics. Only spoken about in terrified whispers about on the from people on the edge of madness. Again, there is the forbidden webcomic that man must never speak its name. For to talk about it is to invite madness into the mind. I'll let people assume which one. No, it's yeah. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes, don't look it up. I haven't heard of this one. Fortunately, nobody knows which one I'm referencing, so I feel I'm safe. There is a very infamous fan comic out there that everybody talks about. Yeah. Well, Jaden, what's the weird part about the comic is that the art is really good. Like, it's actually really good. Like, to the point where the guy is like, this guy could have been you wonder what happened to this guy, because it's like, oh, like, this dude, why isn't this guy just like a professional artist? Like, why isn't he actually making comics for like professional companies? He's at that level. But it's just so bizarre. Irma? I've never heard of this one. Yeah, exactly. That's the real that's why it's so weird, is that he's quite good actually. Oh, I know this one. Yes, I know this one. I know exactly. Yes, I like that one too. That's a good one. I like the yeah, that's a really good one actually. I don't know if you guys know what Gabriel is talking about. It's a webtoon called Irma, and it's basically about a little ghost girl, like a yokai girl. It's very fun. It's very fun. It's basically what if The Ring, but instead of scary, it was wholesome. It's a very cute comic. It's really yes. Hey, I would suggest reading that one. It's really fun. I read half human, half she's a half. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, read that one. That's a really cute one. It's about it's really good. She's a little ghost monster girl, but she's going to normal human school. And I made this jacket look too long. Yeah. Yes, if it's fantasy, it's belts. If it's sci-fi, it's zippers. That's the only difference. I mean, the truth of it is, it's like if it's sci-fi, like a person teleporting will be like, I opened up the ethereal plane to transport us. It's both, Gabriel. It is in fact both fantasy and sci-fi. That's why it's fun. A superhero can be any genre it wants, pretty much. That's why I like it. That's why I like it, because it is it can be any superhero. Really can be almost any type of story it wants to be, and it all fits within fantasy. You guys know how much I like Conan. I've talked about Conan before. I'm eagerly awaiting making Conan hitting the public domain. That's going to happen in a couple of years. I've read. I think have I read all of the Conan stories? No, there's a few. There's a few I haven't read yet, but I've read most of the Conan stuff. And I'm making my way through the Cull stuff. Is Conan the Barbarian in MK1? I didn't know that. That's cool. And my character Luna, who I promised to stop talking. Very cool. I get it. Nah. My character Luna is in some ways inspired by him. Although I would argue she's a much nicer version of Conan. She's part of my first attempt. Luna is my first attempt to update Sword and Sorcery for the modern era. I have a few other things I'm going to do to try and update it, but that story, if I ever get it done, will be my first attempt to bring it into the modern era. Yeah. Yeah, Conan's mostly like that. I don't know. The movies are... Anyways. The movies are different than the stories. The stories have a lot more of... Conan is a very different character in the stories than he is in the movies. Conan... It's hard... They've really never gotten Conan right, really, in adaptation, I would argue, but... Because he's a bit hard of a... he's a bit hard of a character to totally to do. He's a bit hard of a character. They've never really got it right what Conan is, but you know, I like the movie a lot. I think it's a really good movie. It's not exactly. Let's see. Okay, I'm excited. We're doing your. I'm gonna take just a tiny bit of break after I finish up with Gabriel's, and then we'll do yours next. Okay, Lele? What ruffles the Bane? Feel free to share it on the Discord, or if you don't, to share it with me. What ruffles the Bane? What ruffles the Bane? I want to know what ruffles the Bane. Okay. What ruffles the Bane of AAA's existence? I need a tiny bit of a break. I'm gonna finish Gabriel's here, and then we're gonna go on to yours. Okay. So I just need a tiny bit of a break, and then I'll come back after Gabriel. Conan probably, because Conan would be trying to kill, and He-Man wouldn't. It is funny. Yeah. It is funny. So, if you don't know the history of He-Man, just a little bit, He-Man, Conan, ooh, yes! Oh, ruffles are the bane of my existence. Never mind. If you don't know... okay. Conan... so, He-Man came about because Mattel had invested a lot of money in the Conan movie. They were going to make a bunch of toys based on the Conan movie. But when it was revealed it was going to be an R-rated movie, they freaked out and it's like, we can't make toys for an R-rated movie. So, no, it wasn't Hasbro. It was Mattel. Mattel did that. Was it Hasbro? No, it was Mattel. Yeah, Mattel. So, they created their own franchise, He-Man, so that they could still use the molds that they had created for Conan. But now they had their own franchise, which was He-Man. So that is the origin of He-Man, is that they wanted to still use the mold for Conan. Okay. That's funny. I love. Okay. Post your character sheet in the TTRPG section. Keep. Oh. And we'll take a look at. Tell me a little bit about this character. You know. Leilai, A, Gabriel, me. You know, that's a D&D game. That's enough for a decent-sized D&D campaign. Sorry, Jaden. Only 18 plus. Talk about it later. Yes. Well, I made that rule. It was, yeah, it proved. I don't know. I found it so awkward. I decided, yes. Yes. Won't talk about it seriously until Layla. You're out of school. You're free from school, but just keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe if you guys are up for it at some point. If you guys are up for it, I won't seriously. I have sort of. I have Tailspire if we want to use that, which is a big which is a 3D D&D board, a virtual 3D D&D board. We don't have to. Okay. TG do TT sorry. TTRPGs. That's the place. That's the place you can submit it. Then once I'm done with Gabriel here, I'm going to take just like 10-15 minute break, and then I'll come back and we'll do yours, Lele, and catch up because I want to hear how everything is going, Lele. I'm very happy to hear from you again. Yay! Crazy baby. I love that. Yes. No, those are the perfect characters. Please, it's A over here is probably more knowledgeable about the actual game mechanics than I am. I made him kind of stand in a boring pose, but I was just... Ah. See, I always just kind of winged it with D&D. If we were gonna do one, I would have picked like just a pre-built adventure for all of us to play, and then just go from there. Okay, Gabriel, what do you think so far? Hope I didn't massacre your boy too much. Do. I'm sure it'll be awesome. Okay. Okay, guys, I need like just 5 minutes. Like, I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes. Uh, I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes. I'm just gonna get like a snack, get a snack, stretch, and I'll be back in like 15 minutes. I mean, I'd be excited. I'd be excited. I mean, yours for and then we'll do then we'll move on to Lele. And I want to catch up Lele. I'm very excited to catch up. Okay, be back in a bit. You can be anywhere in the world. What? Yes, I have. It's the Dr. Seuss musical. Yes, you are. It is funny. I'll say this. There is a funny thing how some nights I find what happens with dual streaming is instead of like it both being Twitch and YouTube, it's one day there'll be nothing but Twitch, and then one day it'll be nothing but YouTube. Yes, you are. Okay. I feel I have a very Tim Buckley-esque grasp of art. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it. Have you seen it? Have you been in it? If you don't know, AAA does musicals. Didn't you play Ursula in your school musical? Very cool. Who did you play? I had a friend who was in it, and I went to see them. And then that friend kind of scammed a couple $100 from me, but that's a story for another time. Ooh, fun. Aww. Look at you, doggy. You got a natural villainous aura. Very cute little dog. Look at Gabriel's little dog. I want to show Gabriel's dog because it's very cute. It's a very cute dog. I like that dog. Hey guys, I'm just some evil. It's so funny. Nah, usually the villain is the best actor in the cast, so. Yes. Very good A. And yes, Robin, I have heard that. I have heard stuff. I have heard people do that. It is very frustrating. You are objectively correct. That is one of the most frustrating things for people to do. I've told you guys... Have I told you guys about my cousin of mine? Well, cousin-in-law. They're married to my cousin. And their particular belief system. Yeah. Well, you may have encountered this idea. Okay, so I have there are members of my family who do not believe space is real. They just don't believe space exists. Space is not a thing that is real. It was a lie made up by NASA. And because NASA somewhat resembles the Hebrew word for lies, that's a lie too. It's a conspiracy. This is a person in my family. Yes. Also, space isn't real. The Earth doesn't revolve around the sun revolves around the Earth. What else? The Earth is hollow. They aren't a flat earther the last time I talked to them, but they do believe that the Earth is hollow. And there's only there's only like 2 or 3 planets, really. Yes, this is a person. This is a real person. And get this. No. Get this. Ask what this person's job is. What do you think this person is employed to do? What would be the single worst thing this type of person could be employed to be? Gabriel! Ding, 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 ding. You have got it. She is, in fact, a teacher. Or was. Yeah. Well, they're actually my cousin-in-law. They're married to my cousin. And they're no longer a teacher, and it's like, oh, because I got found out because of no. I mean, they were an art teacher, but yeah, that was very shocking to hear. Also, they recently posted about how Antarctica is a lie. Surprisingly, yes. She does believe in vaccines. It's in. The worst thing is she's actually really. The worst thing is if you don't get her talking about all the batshit insane stuff she believes in, she's a very nice person. But yes, weirdly, she does believe in vaccines. Antarctica doesn't exist, or it's a lie, or there's more of Antarctica. I don't know. I know she believes in the hollow. She believes in the hollow. She believes that the Earth is hollow. That was actually a point of contention with my aunt, who does not believe in vaccines. And they got into a big fight over that. Oh, and my aunt believes that Donald Trump and Joe Biden were replaced by replicant duplicas of people years ago. Like Joe Biden, she told us very casually. Yeah, Biden and Trump are dead, and they've been replaced by lookalikes. Yeah. Ugh. It's just an ice wall, guys. Also, there's more land, and nobody can go to Antarctica. But the people who there's also like, history is doing weird things to people. We're at the point now where like inventions that we have video evidence of are like now being doubted. But yeah. Ooh, that's bad. Have you guys heard of? Do you guys want to hear of the underground crazy conspiracy? I shouldn't use crazy. That's bad. Um, Misinformed conspiracy theory that exists now. This one hasn't hit the mainstream yet, but I suspect it will in a few years. You guys are not prepared for what some people out there believe. And they have like international conventions and stuff about this. You guys are not prepared. You guys are not prepared for this. Understand there are real people who believe this. Okay. Have you guys heard of the secret astronaut theory? Okay. So this conspiracy theory states. Okay. Okay. Sit back. You are not gonna. You have no idea what's coming. Okay, so this conspiracy theory states that in the dying days of World War II, it's always good when a conspiracy theory starts with World War II. It's always my favorite. That was sarcasm, by the way. A group of German scientists perfected space travel, and they renounced Hitler. They renounced Hitler. This is important. They renounced Nazism and started the Fourth Reich. And they started to travel through intergalactic. They started to travel They started to travel through space, and they discovered secret aliens. They discovered that humanity is under constant attack by space aliens. So what they do is using their time travel secret abilities, they abduct humans and have them fight for thousands of years in a secret war against mankind and aliens, and then using time travel will bring them right back to where they were abducted from. So that explains like time loss and things. And also there's like, and during your time in space, you as part of the secret astronaut program, you can become like clones. You can become clones of each other. You can become warriors. You'll develop psychic powers, and when you're returned, you've forgotten everything. And if you die, you're cloned. You're cloned again and again and again until the 1,000 years is over with, and then they return you right back to where you were abducted from initially, with your memory wiped. This is real. People believe this wholeheartedly, so much so that they have conventions about this. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a bomb-ass, like, sci-fi premise, right? Like, that sounds fun. If that was like a book, I would be like, okay, that's kind of not the Nazi stuff, but like that would be kind of like a cool book. But no, this is very real and people believe it. There's like influencers in this space even who like talk about their experiences. Yeah, I saw a video from a guy who went to one of their conventions. They have like mind bending, like, and all of it is like, See, yeah, part of their theory is that all of like fiction is true. Like all of fiction is everything that has happened is true. Like all movies are true because what people are remembering is their time as secret astronauts. So it's like they said, like the Force is real, Jedi's are real, the Matrix is real. Because like the video I watched, they went to spoon bending class. Yeah, it's a cool. It's yeah, that's what's frustrating. It's like they can't like wherever this started originally came up with like a pretty fun little sci-fi premise, and they're ruining it with like this conspiracy garbage. So that's the secret astronaut. I do wonder if I haven't heard about it in a while, but yeah. See, I usually don't ink these, but I felt the need to ink them today. I don't know. I'm getting more adventurous. Oh, I mean, I know what song it is. It's from Thrift Shop. I don't remember exactly. Pump mic. So, what do you think, Gabriel? What do we think of what do we think of your guy? Yeah, well, that's how the changelings apparently have their eyes is like that. Is like all the changelings I looked up online, like they all have their eyes like that. It's like very dark, and then they don't have like anything. Okay, finish it because I want. Yeah, no, like all the ones I saw, they have like it's like their eyes are dark around it, and then like their eyeballs are like it's blank. That's what I saw at least. Like they all, it honestly looks like they have just like really heavy mascara on. Okay, yay! Or am I wrong? Well, it's just what the ones I looked at. I gave him like an asymmetrical cut. I don't know. Just felt appropriate. Or I might be wrong. That's just what I saw when I Googled it. I mean, there's always a good chance I'm wrong. Changeling. See, this is what I was basing it on. See, almost all of them seem to have this like have these like dark eyes and then like nothing dark surrounding and then nothing in between. And that's what I was going for. Okay. Let's do Playlies. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to go for. You see, like their eye, they always have that like dark shadow around them, and then like the eyes itself, there's nothing in between. There's nothing in it. Again, I'm an outsider artist, so you know I don't do like conventions. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh man, I screwed something. See, like that's the eyes. That's what I meant the eyes to be. Maybe I made the eyes too small. Okay. Let's move on to Leylies. D&D has... Okay. I'm excited to read Leylies. Okay. Crazy Baby 7... Common... Okay, what... Okay, let's get some... Let's get some basics. Okay, so you're High Elf. High Elf Wizard. You're High Elf Wizard. They used to have like preset... Like, okay. Tell me a little bit about your High Elf Wizard. onto the mix there. There it is. Organizations. Okay, what's problem? Hates the government. Oh, okay. There, I see it. Okay, I have an idea. What's their name, by the way? I like how you just called it Crazy Babies, Crazy Baby, but do they have like a name? Where? There it is. I have an idea. Yeah, no, they're asking for your character name. I did read the background. I like it. It's very. Oh, do you want me to read it out loud? Sure. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. They are from a small country known for their magical abilities. Due to this, they are constantly struck by outside intruders in hope of abducting a magician from their country/family. Due to this, the country was often left in shambles, creating war zone for all living citizens. At some point, the magicians decided to cast a spell to hide the city from outside forces. Unfortunately, she was out of the city trying to hunt for food for her community. Now, her goal is to find her city, rid of opposing factions, and bring prosperity back to her beloved homeland. I like that. That's a fun idea. It reminds me. Have you ever seen the musical Brigadoon? Have you ever seen the musical Brigadoon? Yeah. What? Oh, I know why. Haha. Brigadoon. It's a musical where. No, it's yeah. I can see how that could be hard to spell. Okay. Brigadoon. There it is. Haha. There it is. It's a musical, and the story is once every 100 years, this town appears for 4 days. This town is hidden by magic, and once every 100 years or so, this town will appear in front of people in the real world. Will appear normally, and the story is everybody can stay in the town for. Everybody who lives in the town will live forever, but if one of the members of the town leaves or somebody stays before the town goes back into hiding, everybody will die. And of course, it's in Ireland, and it's about these two Americans, and one of them meets a girl from the town, and they fall in love, and so it's this whole story. Yeah, it's pretty dramatic. I've actually never seen it. I just know about it. a better idea. Yes, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, it's a interesting story. Anyways, your backstory, that's what it reminded me. It reminded me of Brigadoon, the with the disappearing town hidden from view. I like that she gets lost. You know, we never did talk much about the backstory of your character, Gabriel. I always make the we still need an appropriate name. This, by the way, it's not washing off quick enough. I'm very nervous about this. Did you see this? Did you guys see this? I'm very nervous about this thing I did. So I did a video today, and for a bit I drew Gardevoir on my hand, arm, I guess technically. And I'm now nervous because it's not washing off as quick as I thought it would. And I'm like, 6. My lucky number is 6. Yeah. It's not a tattoo, by the way. I just drew it on quick because I wanted 3. Okay. I feel like I've been experimented on. Has my mind been messed with? What's going on with my mind? What have I done? Ooh, okay. What's the name? An apple. Apple peel stuck in between my teeth. Ooh. I don't know if you've met a Leylai. I don't know if you and Leylai have met. That's a very pretty name. Yeah, before today. Ah, yes. I got the bit of apple out of my mouth on my teeth. I think Leylai is busy drawing her own version of her character, which will 100% look better than mine. I got in a discussion with somebody yesterday about pre-roll ads. I was saying, I actually don't mind pre-roll ads if that means I get less ads in the middle of the stream, which I find more disruptive. What do you guys think? Would you rather have no pre-roll ads but more consistent ads in the middle of the stream, or the way I have it now on Twitch, which is like an ad once every 2 hours? Because I tried that for a while and people really hated when I did that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll leave it. Let it not be said that I didn't ask. Yeah. No, I'm asking more. I don't know. I don't know. I find people where well, one day on YouTube, unfortunately, there will be, if all goes according to plan. I'll probably get some ads on there eventually. Fantastic. I have premium as well. Most useful thing I own. Really, it really is. You know, the few times you have to go without it, I've gone without it. I'm like, ugh, this is awful. YouTube is unbearable without premium, which is probably the point, which is why they made it like that. But yeah, I have ads over on Twitch. I don't know. I'm just curious because if people would rather me turn, if people on Twitch would rather me turn off premium, turn off the pre rolls and just have ads every hour, I'll do it. I mean, I'd make more money doing it that way. I just thought it. I just thought you know. I just thought having minimal ads would be better than having just like one 30-second ad at the beginning. Anyways, I was just asking. Okay, good to know. I don't know if you've ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Lele, but I'm trying to do the conspiracy Charlie pose because you said your character is into conspiracy theories, so that's what I'm trying to do. This pose. I'm trying to do this. This is the reference I'm using. Yes. Well, she's not my actual cousin. She's my cousin-in-law, I should clarify. She's my cousin-in-law. You guys want to hear some drama, though, from that side of the family? I don't care I don't care if I say it because one, none of them will ever watch this, and two, none of them care about this, and three, many of them think it's still a radio show. My dad would always say it was a radio show. Anyways, okay, so my aunt and my uncle have been married for 50 years. They just celebrated their 50th anniversary a few years ago, last year. Anyways, my aunt has announced that she has decided she now has a boyfriend in Chicago, and she has decided that she will no longer be living with my uncle. Now, before you feel too sorry for my uncle, let me explain a little bit something about what happened. This all stems from 30, 40 years ago. He cheated on her. And he cheated on her and the thing he did is he introduced the girl he was dating to his kids by calling, and he called them, the name he told them that her name was Scooby Doo. So, yeah, so when they would talk about her, she would think they were just talking about Scooby-Doo. And she is held on to... Yeah, and it's like, so... Yeah. And she's been mad about... Yes. This was the genius idea my uncle had. To get away with his affair is to call his mistress Scooby-Doo. Anyways, yeah, so she has been dating a guy, and they're like 80 years old. Yeah, and so she's been dating a guy in Chicago, and they met while square dancing. Because this is Texas, and they do that here. Anyways, it's been a disaster. It's been a total disaster. Now, neither my aunt or my uncle. My aunt is a hardcore Trump, I think QAnon-esque supporter. She's the person that believes Trump and Biden were replaced by perfect replicants. And she's super anti-vax, even though she was a nurse, which was always charming. So yeah. But yeah, that's the bit of drama coming from. That's the big drama right now in my family. Is this whole thing? And they so far it seems to be settled in that they're going to live in the same apartment building, but in different apartments, and they'll see each other. They still see each other. That's what's happened now. Anyways, yeah, that's the current family drama. Ugh. They have like 6 grandkids, by the way. Oh, dang. That's always dramatic. Uh-oh. Oh, flip no. That's cool. That's cool. So your cousin was raped by a man. Okay. Why? Yeah, that's heartbreaking. I mean, it's not particularly great at the start, but no, that's just sad. I imagine. I mean, it's not the kid's fault. Bunny? I don't know. I'm just kind of just winging it, just designing. It's not the kid's fault. That's so terrible. I feel bad for your cousin. Who's Bunny? Am I drawing Bunny? I don't know a bunny. Oh yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? I'm curious to see Layla's version of this. How dare you? I'm curious to see Layla's version of this because I'm sure it's going to be like gorgeous. Yeah, all the little cousins right now they're like one, so like there's not a lot of drama with the little cousins, fortunately. I have two I have two younger cousins from my Canadian side, but um, they're both so shy they're both so shy and like awkward that I don't think they'll really get in that much drama to begin with. That's terrible. Um, how are we all feeling? I get a sense that everybody's starting to get pretty tired. See, I have energy for days because I had a big lunch. Although, uh, I gotta admit, I have to admit, anytime I've streamed in the last few weeks or so, you've been on. You've caught me. So you are by far one of my more dedicated people. How's your buddy, by the way? How's Nugget? I'm not gonna go. Oh, this actually turned out to quite a long stream. Okay. Well, I want to. Okay, tell me about this. Is it a cool one? Yeah, very cool. I need to go. I need to go to the gym tomorrow. I'm feeling like garbage. I do too. I plan. I'm he Lele. Very cool. I remember Lele when I did that accidental 12-hour stream. So I accidentally left the stream on, and I had done a stream pretty much the day before, and I had accidentally left like a couple hours before, and I left the stream on, and I had forgotten to turn it off. And I was just like, I was doing some writing, and like Layla caught me as I was, because I usually dictate when I write, and Layla caught me, and I was like, oh, it was very embarrassing. Very, very spiffy bike helmet. I gotta work more on that story idea you caught me with. It's not a bad one, I think. I was essentially trying to write like a nicer version of like those mob romance stories that are really popular. I have been monitoring. I know, right? Like, but I've been monitoring. Like, I've been like researching what's like the popular genres these days. Ooh, that does sound delicious. And I was like, the mob romance stories kind of upset me a little bit, but I think I don't know. I don't like those, but I think the basic idea is an idea I can work with. No, I'm not that type of guy. Listen, I won't decry anybody who listen. I won't. I'll never decry anybody who wants to have fun. But I'm not. I'm never. Well, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be. It's just the way it is. I'm not that sort of guy. Like, if you want to have fun, sure, I don't care. But it's like my personal writing. I'm just not really. Honestly, I just find it so awkward. I've tried before, and I feel so awkward writing stuff like that. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy doing it. So, but I came up with, I think. So okay, can I, if I could, talk to you about my theories about the like reading. See, because I think what really is going on. I feel like the implication is smut is more aggressive, and fluff is like cutesier. So the way I read it is, at least like from my understanding, is I think the real fantasy is about meeting somebody exciting and them taking you on, them breaking you out of your boring life and taking you on an exciting adventure, and you getting away from like your boring humdrum everyday kind of life. I think that's like, I think that's the real thrill. And there's a level of like crime is kind of, like committing crime is kind of fun and illicit, but I was like, I don't know. It's like what I don't know. I don't like the like threat of like, this character is so violent and angry he may rape you at any moment. Like I find that to be kind of disturbing. So I had a lighter idea that would use that same premise, but more fun, more like adventure-y. See, it's like, have you guys ever seen? No, we're all young. You guys are all young here. You wouldn't have seen this movie. It's a good movie. You should. There's a movie called Romancing the Stone. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't. I find it. I find it. I've tried to write smut, but I find I'm so. I find it like I found it so awkward and uncomfortable that I just couldn't do it. Like you know. So I was like, okay, I'm just never gonna be that sort of guy. Fade, are you still here? I kind of. I kind of thought, okay. Oh, by the way, hey, that is pretty. No, sorry, I almost hit delete on something. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, I would be a pretty big hypocrite if I didn't let people have their fun in that regard. But I'll just leave it at that. But I would be a pretty big hypocrite. But I just don't. I don't personally enjoy doing that, doing that sort of stuff. But listen, if you want to be a writer and you want to be the, I mean, I've never been in a successful relationship before, so I kind of, Gabriel, I kind of feel you there. I've never really had the experience of, uh, oh, I'm just being open with my thoughts here. Yeah, I've never really had the experience of like, I've told you about. Did I ever tell you guys about my college girlfriend? And how that ended in such a disaster, but inexplicably, her and my mom became very good friends. Yeah. Listen, I have only so many stories, I can tell. You know, the thing they said, I found a friend of mine had a really good piece of writing advice that I kind of that kind of sticks with me. It's like you don't need to do like romance in your stories. Your stories don't need to be about romance all the time. But if no character has romance in their lives, it comes off as uncanny. Yes. Oh, I have tons of stories. No, can't tell that one. Can't tell that one. No. I mean, I have a story where I'm very petty. Where I'm very petty. I have a story. I have a story about a trip to New York I took where I was incredibly petty to a guy, and I didn't even realize I did it until I didn't even realize I was being that petty until I walked out and I realized, oh, he must think I'm a real dickhead. The way I talked. Do you guys want to hear that? I maybe don't come across as the nicest guy in the world. So I was in New York and I was in New York Okay, it's not that big of a deal, but it was kind of accidental, and I accidentally kind of came with a killer line. Anyways, I was in New York, and I wanted to do some improv in New York. Now, I don't know how much you guys have done improv, but there's a thing called improv jams that theaters will put on, where anybody in the audience can join on the show. So I really wanted to do a jam. I really wanted to do a jam. So I walked to this theater, and maybe I walked. It was like a mile away, but that's kind of what you do in New York City. You just kind of walk everywhere. So I walked, and by the time I got there, I was just so physically tired that I threw my. It was the theater was up some stairs, and I threw my hamstring out, and I just collapsed on the stairs, and I just couldn't move. But I was finally able to move again. It took me like 20 minutes to move, and finally I got up these stairs, and there were a lot of them. And I got up and I said, "Okay, hey, I'm here to do the jam." He says, "Okay, pay. Here it's like it was like $15 or something. I don't remember exactly how much it was." So I gave him my credit card, and he says, "Oh, we don't take credit cards here." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Oh, we don't, for the jams we don't do credit cards." I'm like, "But for everything else you do." He says, "Yeah, but for the jams we don't. We need cash." I didn't have cash. He says, "Well, there's a machine a couple of blocks back." I had just burnt. My hamstring just snapped, and I was in such pain. But I was like, "Okay, I'll go." So it took me like 20 minutes to find this. Welcome back, Leilai. I'm telling a story about me being very petty. It took me 20 minutes to find this machine. I had to go like between 3 because I forgot which bank I forgot which one would accept my card. I didn't even know if it would accept my card. Anyways, I finally find the machine. I get cash, and I walk back and I pay for it. And I didn't kill that night. Everybody was laughing. I'm saying that as a joke, but no, I did okay that night. And they come out and I was like, "I'm really thirsty," and I can see them putting away everything, like putting away all their stuff, and like putting away the petty cash. And I'm like, I just really want a water, so I go up and I order a water from the thing. It says, "Oh yeah, you can just pay by card." And I was like, no, good sir, no. I have the cash you so insisted I get. So he had to sigh, open up the cash register, and no, I didn't say that. I said, no, I have cash. It's like I was like, no, don't worry, I got cash now. So I gave him the cash, and he sighed, and I realized, oh God, he's going to have to open up the register and get me the cash and pay for it. So he did, and as I'm walking out, I'm like, oh, he probably thinks I'm like the biggest dickhead in the world, right? Like, yeah. Anyways, you know what? He made me walk like 5 or 6 extra blocks to get cash when he could have just accepted my card. So it was so whatever. He had to do like 5 minutes of extra work. Doesn't make me look the most nice person in the world, does it? You guys can talk now. That's the end of the story. I can feel your fingers writing long passages about how I was a jerk, how I was mean. I was like, I didn't even really intend to be. I didn't think of it. I didn't think I was doing anything. I was just like, no, I got cash now. You can see that. It is somewhat. I will admit, if I can talk to you about streamer things for a second, it is somewhat nerve wracking when you like tell a story or something, and like suddenly nobody responds to it in chat because it's like, oh god, do they hate me now? I don't know what's going on. Do they hate me? Do they hate me? They must hate me now. I must be like the worst person in the world. Remember, I can't see any of your faces. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Come on. Leila, how do you like the drawing so far? How dare you? I was very annoyed because I had pretty. I hate when places do that. I hate when places have like arbitrary rules about when they will or won't accept cards. That always drives me up a wall because it's like I listen. This is just a personal preference, but I always think witches should have as big a hat as possible. Because if you're a witch and you don't have a big hat, a wizard. I know it's a wizard, but if you're a wizard and you don't have a big hat, what are you doing? Half the appeal of joining the magical arts is the ability to wear bigger and bigger hats. Don't do a taser. Don't do a taser. Everybody, can we make sure that Gabriel here doesn't do a taser? I I've been reading a lot more. I saw a movie a few days ago that I liked, and probably nobody will see, which is sad. If your theater is playing it, you should go check out the movie Tornado. Has anybody heard of this movie? Probably not. It's not your fault. It's just like it's just not a movie that people are hearing about, which is a shame. I'd love it to be a bigger hit. Tornado it is about a samurai girl in 17th century Scotland who gets into a fight with a gets into a fight with a group of. Okay, so it's a movie called Tornado, and this is a real movie that just came out. Well, the main character is named her name is Tornado, The main character's name is Tornado, and she is a. And her dad, it's her and her dad travel around Europe in a samurai puppet show, and the thing is, he's an actual samurai, and they're in 17th century Scotland, and they get into a fight with Scottish like gangsters, and he gets killed. So she goes on a rant. She goes on a rip roaring path of revenge to avenge the death of her father. So it is, I would argue, the best movie about a samurai in Scotland fighting gangsters. I saw it because the director John McLean. He directed one of my favorite movies. It's called Slow West. Now, if you've never seen, you should see Slow West because it's a good movie. It's about it's another strange. Anyways. Boop, 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 boop. We'll do a. Don't worry, by the way. I'm gonna do another stream tomorrow. Tomorrow and every day, forever and ever. No, not every day. But I'm gonna try. I'm trying to do a lot of streams because it's summer. And would you believe that my numbers go up quite a lot during summer? On social media. Yeah, that's why. That's why. Yeah, that's exactly why. Because it's people get out of school and suddenly the numbers go up. This is probably the best chance I'll get to get monetized on YouTube, which is a lot of work. Getting monetized on YouTube is so annoying compared to getting monetized on Twitch. I have to say. Hey Mickey, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey Mickey. Hey Mickey. Hey Mickey, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey Mickey. Oh, what a pity. I do not. The lady who sang that has a really wild backstory. If you ever look her up, she's one of those like secret important people in the history of music in Hollywood. But she was more of a dancer than like a singer. Oh, Mickey, what a pity. Yes, Tony Basil. Oh, Mickey, what a pity. Oh, screw it. We'll play it. Do you so what she's actually more famous for, like which more claimed for is probably the better word to say it, is she's like a choreographer, and she's choreographed a lot of like really famous like music videos. Is she worked with like the talk. That's the one I'm looking for. Yes, there's the one. Yeah. So she's worked with like Elvis and a few other Elvis. She's worked. She's really famous for her work with the Talking Heads. Like, like this video she choreographed. Guess which band might be one of my favorites? Guess which band might be one of my favorites? I don't know if you could. Actually, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't call Backstreet Boys one of my favorites, but I like the one Monster song that they did. They're the ones who did the Monster one, right? The Monster music video, where like they play all different types of monsters. I thought that was actually, I think that's actually a pretty cool video, but no, it's Talking Heads. It's Talking Heads. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not something I go out of the way to listen to, but it's like I also think it's pretty fun. Okay, so this is my interpretation of the character. Have you guys ever listened to Talking Heads before? Have you guys ever listened? So this is generally what I probably could have been a little bit more inventive, but what time is it? Jeez. You know, this is really the best time to do a longer stream. Middle of the week. No, you don't want to do it on the weekend when a lot of more people would be free. Middle of the week. Don't you quote House of Pain at me. You know Everclear. You know I don't get along with Everclear. He knows what he did. I was gonna do folk rap hybrid, and he stole my idea a decade before I was born. I was meant to be Everclear. No, that's. I feel like I invented that, sir. I invented that. Oh, really? Oh, cool. We're gonna listen to the real one. Classic. Jump, jump, jump around. Truly a great song. One of the few times I've seen Irish American, seen an Irish American pull off and rap. Although apparently I'm. You may be surprised how uneducated I am in the modern music space. I guess one of the big rap groups right now is an Irish rap group called Kneecap. They're doing terrible things, like saying that Israel shouldn't bomb Palestine. Truly awful things to say. Sarcasm. I don't know if that's coming off as sarcasm. Oh man. Now I was gonna try and like draw a character of my own, but am I tired? I feel tired. Yeah, it's 11:22. I mean, Layla, I'm doing a stream every day for the next 3 months. So I'm doing a stream every day for the next 3 months. So there's a good chance you'll be able to catch me again pretty quickly. I'll be on tomorrow. How dare you? I was West Coast, right? How dare you be on the West Coast? Oh no! Then let's wait. Let's wait. No. I want to wait. I'll wait. I want to see your drawing because I'm excited to see what your drawing would look like. Okay, you want to share it? I want to see it. No. I'll wait. I'll wait. Take your time. Yeah. So in my book, I'm considering adding some characters in my book, and I'm debating with what to do exactly. And one of the ideas I've had is, well, I'm thinking of adding essentially One is an orc girl who was born in a human village, but she like was raised by orcs, and another who was adopted by humans and lived in the same village. And I was just kind of curious how to play with those ideas. So I'm kind of drawing them both right now. Yeah. I feel leaving a little scar would still, like, people would still be pretty mad with that. So, I'm just going to try to draw them. If I could give people one piece of advice on writing, ask yeah. If I could let me give you some advice on writing. One, orcs are my favorite fantasy peoples. I love orcs. But if I could um one thing I found is if you're kind of stuck with what to do with characters, like always ask yourself, what is meeting and interacting with this character? What are they like? What are they bringing out of your main character? You know. You know, what are they bringing out of your main character that is different? Yeah. Well, in the book I'm working on, I reduced the size of orcs. Like they're still tall, but they're just like tall people more than they are tall, super tall. Because it was just like, it's just I couldn't. It was just yeah. Well, think of what, and it would be funny because they would just produce a like the size of a human person. Like the kid would just be like 5'10". That's close to my yes. So I don't know. If I've told you about this idea for a character I've had for a D&D character I've had for a while. So a D&D character I really want to play at some point. They're a Murnitar. So so one of their parents is they're related. They're one of their parents is a mermaid, and the other one is a minotaur. That's the bit. That's the bit I'm doing. A Murnitar. Their their father is a mermaid. Dang it! Yes, that's what I was setting up. Their father is a mermaid, and their mother is a merman, and their mother is a minotaur, and and they just inherit the human parts from both of them. Yeah. Oh, that's such a good idea, Gabriel. Yes, and their travel companion is a horse. half centaur, half horse. So what? It's just a normal horse? Yes, but with... No, that's their sibling. Their brother is that. Their sibling is the other half. They were born with all the human parts, and the sibling was born with all the others. Yeah. I want to write that story one day. Yeah, they're just a normal human. And they adventure with their brother, who is half. They adventure with their sibling, who got the other half. Their twin. They adventure with their twin. Now I want to draw that. Work should always be a little bit more broad-shouldered than normal humans. No, I'm just drawing a character from my thing, my story. Just trying to give her some physical. I don't know. Yeah. She's an orc. She grew up though. Like, okay, so like I have two ideas kind of competing in my head right now. I have one. I have one where my main character Luna. She meets an orc who grew up in the human village, but like she was still raised by orcs, but she's like part of. But she doesn't really know many other orcs, and she's mostly like lived her whole life in the human village. And then I have another idea for a similar sort of character, but the trick is she was adopted by humans, and so she was raised and adopted by humans. And so like Luna, who is like, sorry, I've been, it's funny because it's like I've been writing this for so long. I know the characters far too well now, and I kind of treat them like I know them. Uh, Luna has just left her village for the first time and is now living amongst humans and is trying to get used to this whole like living in a human village for a while, at least before she picks up and joins. Do you want me to just draw you a bunny girl, Gabriel? Is that what I feel like you've asked for it like 3 or 4 times. Do you want me to just draw you a bunny girl? I'll draw you a bunny girl. But you have to ask for it. Okay. I didn't mean to make it weird. I was trying to be playful. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be playful. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm up for doing it. I'm sorry. I was trying to be playful. I'm sorry. Tired. I enjoy having you here, Gabriel. I don't know if I've said that out loud before, but you've been a good addition to the regulars. You've been a good addition to the regulars. You have asked for it a few times. It is funny. I've enjoyed. You're good at it. You're a good. Gabriel. Gabriel. I'm sorry if I made it weird. You're a good addition to the regulars. I enjoy talking. I enjoy talking to you. I'm a little tired. Sorry if I come off as a little snappy. I don't mean to. But you're good. You're an ideal Twitch commenter. You're an ideal Twitch commenter. You play along. You yes and you try and match the tone. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I just think it's. I just thought it was funny. You've asked for it a few times. See, okay. How's the coloring going, Lele? God, you post a lot of stuff, Gabe. I appreciate it. Do it. It's fine. Take your time. Gabriel, can I ask you a question? What's yeah? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask like what like your goal is? Do you like want to start like a web comic like or something? Like, are you working towards something, or are you just for shame doing it for fun? Because you seem to have a lot of ideas. Okay, I mean, that's correct. That's fundamentally correct. But if you could, okay, Gabriel, here's a question. If you could do, if you, what, in your ideal situation, what are you doing for, okay, so have you tried to make one yet? Well, you don't need to be a grip. One, no, you got basic competence, and two, I'll say that you got basic competence, and two, you'd be surprised, Gabriel. You know the thing I find. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Oh God, I still I. Anyways, here's the thing. As long as the writing is really sharp, the art, people tend to people tend to forgive weaker art for great for good writing. You know, you know. The more important thing, you know, the you know the writing can compensate for the art. Yeah, yeah. People tend to be pretty forgiving of art. You just gotta. Here's the thing. It's like triangle, or no, but it's like it's like with art. It's like great art is great. And great art can sell a comic, but people pretty obviously are comfortable with less great art in comics and shows if the writing is strong. So what I'm saying is, Gabriel, what I'm saying is, and the way you learn how to do good writing is you do it. So what I'm saying is, if you really want that, if you really want to do that, I would just say start. Just start. You're never, yeah, really. I've actually never read it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yes, you should read more. Read Murderbot, Gabriel. Read the Murderbot books or listen to them. They are super fast to read. They're like just little novellas. You'll like them. Yeah, yeah. So it's like you don't need to like. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to give advice. You should read The Great Gatsby, and read my upcoming sequel to The Great Gatsby, The Greater Gatsby. Gabriel, serious question. Serious question. Do not. I'm not. This is not judging. Have you read? What books have you read post on your own post high school? I sh- oh, that's such a good idea. I mean, when you really think about it, if you think about it, Gatsby's experiences, like in gang, becoming a bootlegger and in the war, would probably make a decent enough book. Have I told you guys my idea for a sequel to The Great Gatsby? No judgment. No judgment. I get it. Like, the thing with, like, reading is, like, it's good. It's good to read. It's fundamentally good to read. But it's also... Oh, okay. I'm just saying, you know, it's always out there. Reading is always out there. It's always available to you. It's weird because it's like people wait for permission. Oh, okay. This is actually... this is not like a joke. I seriously attempted to think of what a good sequel to The Great Gatsby would be. And theoretically, I can do it because it's public domain. Okay, so... Okay, the idea is this. It takes 20 years in the future, and basically we're on the eve of World War II. Nick has now become... Nick now has not talked to Daisy since the events of The Great Gatsby. But his job takes him to Hawaii, where Tom and Daisy have been living, and he starts to get involved with their lives again. And what we discover is in the intervening years, Daisy had another child. Because remember, Tom and Daisy already had one child. But in the intervening years, Daisy had another child. But can you guess that? But the trick is, the kid doesn't look like Tom. No, he's the spitting image of Jay. He's a spitting image of Jay Gatsby. And we quickly learn, that the younger Jay, I didn't figure out a name for him, is currently in a relationship with a poor girl, that the family disapproves of. His family disapproves of, and Nick realizes that the Buchanans have once again got themselves stuck. Once again, the lives of the Gatsbys and the Buchanans have once again intertwined, and Nick decides he's going to try and make sure nothing bad happens this time. Also, World War II is about to happen, and I had the thought that, like, Jay Jr., that wouldn't be his name, but Jay Jr. has signed up for World War II, and it's the eve of, and Pearl Harbor is on the horizon. Yeah, so that was kind of my idea. I was like, if you were to like seriously do one, that would probably be as close to a sequel as I could imagine for what they would try and do. Because it's like, okay. Because, like, yeah, like Daisy could have got pregnant with her affair with Jay, and we kind of start all over again. And yeah, exactly. And we, you know what? Can you guys guess what the title would have been called? What I would have called this? I tried to write this, actually. I did sincerely try to write this. Would you guys guess what I would have called it? Guess what it would have been the most logical thing to call the sequel to The Great Gatsby? Oh, you're going to hate this so much. The Greater Gatsby. No. Hey, it's The Greater Gatsby. The third in the trilogy will be The Greatest Gatsby. Yeah, the third book would be The Greatest Gatsby. You got the Great Gatsby, The Greater Gatsby, and then The Greatest Gatsby. That's book 3. The Good Gatsby. Yeah, it would just be called Gatsby. I mean, then you could be really incendiary, and Gabriel, instead of another prequel could be called The Bad Gatsby or The Worst Gatsby. Really milk this series for all it's worth. It's a series now. It's a franchise. At some point, probably they go to space, but who knows? I mean, the truth of it is, I've long. I once got into. I once read a lot about like 1920s Hawaii and like the how wild everything was in Hawaii in like the 20s. And I've wanted to write a book about that time period in Hawaii because it's a pretty untapped time for like storytelling. So, but maybe I just would make it a Great Gatsby sequel. Yeah. Well, I feel like the greatest Gatsby. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's almost midnight. I feel like the hey never. I feel like the greatest Gatsby. We have to take it has to take place in modern day. I guess. Nevermore. Well, yeah. I don't know. I just felt. I mean, there is a movie called G, which is essentially a hip hop version of The Great Gatsby out there. It's a movie called G, and it's an adaptation of The Great Gatsby, but it's done, but it's about rappers instead of bootleggers. So, if you want that, that already exists. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I saw the musical in New York. It's actually pretty good. They did a decent job with it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, but no, that movie is explicitly. You know why I know it? Well, I remember reading about it a while ago, but there was a. No, it's so complicated to explain. But, anyways. Uh, uh, what's the musical everybody's obsessed with nowadays? Because I feel like every generation, there's like a musical will come out that everybody's obsessed with, and they're only obsessed with that one musical and nothing else. I guess it's Wicked. Is it Wicked again because of the movie? Oh man, the Hamilton stuff didn't get tired. Oh, oh man, the Ham. Oh yeah, I've heard that. Man, I didn't get tired of the Hamilton stuff at all. It was super fun to keep having conversations about Hamilton. Is epic. See, that guy's... I've heard some of the songs from that. That guy's clever. To just document it. It's epic. It's going to be epic. Okay. Is that officially a musical yet? Because I thought he was just writing that. Ah. Yeah, no, there's some... I've heard some good stuff from that. I like musicals. I really like Hadestown. Ah. I really like Hadestown. Have you guys ever listened to Hades? If you haven't listened to Hadestown, you should listen to Hadestown. That's a really that's a great musical. What are you talking about? This hasn't gone long. Way down. Ooh, who did you meet? No. You guys don't know. I was in Los Angeles when Hadestown got big. Oh, that's such a beautiful song. No, Hadestown is flipping gorgeous. I love that musical so much. It's wait for me. And you're like, and you're just like, no, it'll work this time, and it doesn't. It never works. Okay, I'm excited. Let me switch over. We're gonna see. We're gonna see some of Leilai's drawings. I'm excited. Oh my God, Leilai. Isn't that... Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. This is Leilai's drawing. Look at that. Look at that. I'll have you guys know. By the way. I've showed you guys off to like random people. Like I was talking to people about this, and I was like, no, you guys don't understand how talented the people on these streams are. And I was showing some of your artwork. I was showing some of your guys' artwork to people I know. So is it Miss T? Frank, Miss there's at least one comic writer on Twitch I know. Who's worked for DC. Miss T, Mr. Okay, Gabriel, good talking to you. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I know her. Yeah, her stuff isn't bad. Yeah, theoretically I should call it quits. Oh. She's nice. Okay, Sean. Oh. I think I mentioned to her once that I think she should mention she wrote for My Little Pony because I'm pretty sure on Twitch that would appeal to some people. Okay. I don't think. Do I have the energy? I want to hang out more with people, but I don't know. I was supposed to do stuff today. Okay. Okay. Let's. This was. I came on with the intention of this being just a short stream, and by the way, that's beautiful. Ah, I'm so jealous of all you people. I see. It's beautiful. Ah, look at that. Look at that. You did a good job on the ruffles. You did a very good job on the ruffles. I'm so enjoying, by the way, you guys is like seeing you guys' art. I really am. I like that this has just become kind of like we're just like sharing our stuff. I think this is very cool. I think this is very cool, and I'm enjoying hanging out and like with artistic people. I really appreciate it a lot. I really appreciate you guys. I'm sorry if I sometimes come off as like I don't care. I really do care. I'm tired, and I think I'm very tired because I'm suddenly starting to be very much more emotionally open than I usually am, and that only happens when I'm very tired. I'm happy. I try and do that for people. Anyways, I enjoy talking to you people. I really do. But I think I don't got the energy anymore. I don't think I got the energy anymore to do anything else. So I'm gonna pass you guys on to somebody else. We're gonna raid, and then I think. It's funny. Out of all the day, I always like. Why did I do it long? I don't know. I was in a good mood. Well, I try. It's just so everybody's so. Because truthfully, I like chilling and hanging out with people, and I don't. Let's see who's on right now. Okay. Well, I did not mean for today to be this long. By the way, I was gonna let it just. I was this was I logged on today and I said, okay, I'm just gonna do a quick stream tonight because I want to do some stuff afterwards. Like I was just like, this is gonna be a quick stream, and then we'll move on. I'll do a nice long stream tomorrow. And then it ended up we almost went 6 whole hours. Oh. Yeah. You know what? He popped by. Can I not? Why can't I read anybody? Am I? Oh, well, whatever. Okay, see you guys later. Bye. We're almost at. Wait. We're almost at an hour 30. Let's just go. Let's get to the hour 30 and call it.